All right, looks like we are live. July 6th, be Thursday, everybody. We're returning to Western Australia today. Got the map loading in the background. We'll get that up. Hey, Super Puppy, welcome in. Just some updates on wildfire information, because I know some people have been concerned. Uh, so we have all of this area. Here, roll out. So these are our warning areas and stuff like that. We still have fires that are spreading. My area is over here. I'm in the yellow zone. So I have a very low chance of fires starting here, but it's still fairly warm. So if someone does something stupid like, I don't know, uh doesn't look after a barbecue properly, or they put a cigarette out uh inappropriately, we could probably have some problems. But a lot of Kelowna is affected. We still have issues up in the Boston Bar area. There are evacuations in effect in Kelowna. There is some evacuations in the Boston Bar area, so that's pretty serious. We are getting help. We have like over 200 Mexicans that have come up. We've got a lot of New Zealanders coming over as well, and we've got a lot of Australians coming to British Columbia to help fight our wildfires. So, and they will get spread out all across the province. So the dark purple area is the highest risk areas. Doesn't necessarily mean that there is actually, a wildfire in that particular area. It just means that it's very high risk, meaning it's got like a lot of fuel, anything that will burn. You're eating dinner? Gotcha. Hopefully you're having a good dinner. South of the border in Spokane, that's a bad problem, bad situation. So I think the last time that I talked about Spokane, I said that there was 600 homes affected. Now it's gone up another 300. So they've got 900 residents without homes now in Spokane. Spokane is in Western Washington down here. The good news is they caught the person that started the fires. He's in custody, so hopefully he'll get everything thrown at him. That's just despicable to have people set fires on purpose. Because now you've got like 900 people without homes now, right? And they get burnt right down to the ground. So yeah, but they're working hard to put that out. I believe FEMA has responded, which is the United States response team, if I understand it correctly. So they do have firefighters that are dispatched to that area to try to put it out. But as you can see, a large chunk of this area, like beyond Spokane, is at risk, right? Like it is really hot. All of this is fuel, right? Trees, anything that will burn easily, right? So, but on the coastal areas, it starts to get a little bit, more normalized. So, yeah, if you're a cigarette smoker, right, or you smoke or whatever, even vape or whatever it is you do, right? Don't flick your cigarette or whatever it is out the window. Go to an ashtray and make sure it's put out properly. And if you're barbecuing, just be mindful of your barbecues on your decks and your porches, right? Uh, and then just use some common sense. So yeah, that's pretty much that. Air quality, I can probably show that. I think. Let me go in here. I have to go into the menu, don't I? Oh, I'm on the fire thing right now. Drought monitoring, forecast, weather. We've got which one is it? I forget. I think it's the is it the UV strength of sunburn? No, not that. Humidity, city heat, solar. There was a I saw there was a filter. Waves, dust, concentration of airborne dust particles, CO concentration. I think it's this one. The ozone air layer, maybe. Sulfur dioxide, nope. That air quality index, that's what we so this is the air quality index. Let me just close this out. So the purple area is like basically hazardous. So it's very bad to breathe. Where I live is over here. So we've got moderate smoke. So it's not too bad. But when I step outside, I can smell it in the air. Boston bars up here. This is unhealthy. So this is where the fires are up here. And where else? I think it was up here, Kelowna. We got Kamloops. Kelowna, yeah, over here. So this is Kelowna. So it's very unhealthy in this area. So this side of the lake up here is pretty much where the wildfires are. They burnt down lots of homes and stuff like that. And we'll look at Spokane, which I think is down here somewhere. Spokane isn't so bad, which is surprising, uh, considering that they do have fires going through. It's like sort of most of the city is in the unhealthy range. But as you move over here to like Wilson Creek and stuff like that, that's where it starts to get moderate or good. So yeah, August and into September, you'll see it's like wildfire season. Earthquakes. We see here today, Japan got hit with a 5.4 earthquake, which is the highest today. What else? We've got, I think that's Peru. Peru's got one as well at 5.3. And where are we now? Solomon Islands. They got a 5.1. So that's in Papua New Guinea area. As for New Zealand, they've been getting a few earthquakes the past few weeks, which is interesting. They got one here and one here off of Auckland, or I mean, right close. Tokomaru Bay, which was a 4.9, which I don't think is too bad. It's usually when you hit the fives, I think usually is where people start getting a little bit concerned. We'll check the United States. So mostly on the West Coast. So you've got one in Mexico, That's a 2.5, so very small. Got one in Nevada, which was a 2.6. Anderson, California, 2.7, not too bad. Then we move up to the Oregon coast, 4.9. That's pretty high. Getting up there, anyways. Orford, Oregon. I think that's it. And then you've got some up here in Alaska. That one's red. Is that red? That's a 2.5. But a 2.9, 2.9, 2.9, 2.9, 3.1, and we've got a 3.9. So in the Alaska area. And then if we zoom out, most of them are all in the Pacific Ocean, with some of them here, but most of them are here. So I guess this entire tectonic plate is shifting or moving. So going under subduction zones and stuff like that. So, and then these other little plates are getting pushed around. So they're bumping into the continent. Nothing too much in the Atlantic, except for around the Caribbean, Puerto Rico, basically, Virgin Islands, but most of it's in the Pacific by the looks of it. So not too shabby. And it's been that way for, I think, the last month or so, or a couple of weeks at least. So also 17 days till your birthday, till you're 16. Fantastic. Happy birthday, or be early birthday, or early birthday. I think, don't they have to respond? I heard that they were getting that's what I heard on the news. I think FEMA is responding. So let me see here. I don't Nobody really knows what their mandate is anymore since let me look that up. See who's responding. I think FEMA is responding. And that's for Spokane, not for Canada, just to be clear. Spokane. President Trump approved an emergency declaration for Washington on August 4th, authorizing FEMA to coordinate federal disaster relief and supply emergency protective measures for Spokane County and other affected regions. So that's in Western Washington. So the president did decide to go ahead and send FEMA in. Um, FEMA goes in when local authorities cannot handle the disaster zone. So it'll be approved aid, cover emergency response efforts like search and rescue, emergency shelters, food, water, and medical supplies, firefighting grants, FEMA, previously authorized specialized fire management assistant grants to offset suppression costs for Spokane County, Fairview, and Autumn Lane fires alongside other regional blazes. Funding splits the federal emergency assistance coverage 75% of eligible operational costs, with the state responsibility for the remaining 25%. So The reason for that, I imagine because they've lost like 900 homes. So so it's clear that local firefighting services in Western Washington just simply can't handle it. So, I mean, it's probably just as bad as the LA fires, most likely. So, in Canada, it's different. We do have like homes and structures that are affected, but the difference is in the United States, it's more of a concern because you have such a dense population, right? Um, Up here in Canada, it's very spread out, right? There's a lot of space between townships and stuff like that, so it's usually just open forest that's on fire. Not that it's a good thing or anything, it still needs to be controlled. So that's why we got fire response services from Mexico coming up, and we got fire response services coming in from New Zealand and Australia, um, which has been a partnership with them for years, decades. So during our summer, generally we will see Mexico and we will see New Zealand and Australia come over to Canada and help out. And into Mexico too. If Mexico has problems, then we'll see people go there. Um, in return to the partnership, how it works is when it becomes the southern hemisphere's, summer, Australia gets fires, New Zealand gets fires, Mexico gets fires, Canadian firefighters get up onto a plane and they start flying to those countries and they start fighting fires over there. So it's kind of like an international effort. Um, in some situations, if it's not that bad, you might even see Canadians go to Europe to help fight fires. We've been to Spain, Italy in the past. It just depends on how stretched out services are, right? But the New Zealand and Australia one, I know for a fact is a ongoing partnership. So out just about 30 minutes away from where I live, which is like in Abbotsford, there is a flight company that basically sends crews to Australia every year, right? And that company operates in Australia and in Canada. So what happens is their staff or their firefighter staff here that are based, in Abbotsford and parts of the lower mainland, they get basically a full rounded year workload. So they just continue their jobs. So they come to Canada, they start working. Half of the force is Australian, half of it's Canadian. They come up here, they work here during our summer. Then once our fire season is over, do they stop working? No, they just get onto a plane and they start flying to Australia and they start going to Western Australia and they start fighting fires there. So all year round they've got a job. So it's like a full-time job when it comes to that sort of fire operations. You may have seen on the news when California was getting the water bombers. That's the same company. They own those water bombers. They'll fly a fleet of them to Australia, and we've got a fleet here in Canada as well. So it's just kind of a huge back and forth kind of thing. So it's kind of crazy, I guess, at the end of the day, I guess. It wasn't always like that. I think probably in the last 15 years, that's when we started seeing like it becoming more of a full-time job to be a seasonal firefighter. So it's different than your standard volunteer firefighter that you might have in your municipality, right? So hopefully that gives you guys some idea. It's not a new thing, right? Most people don't think, well, I didn't know we had these types of relationships with these countries and stuff like that, but they've always been there. Um, I think a friend of mine, the pilot friend that I've mentioned, he worked for the company that uh, basically manages the aircraft and stuff like that. So that's how I know. Um, I've actually seen the hangars too. It's kind of neat. So it becomes a bit of a business, right? And you get people flying all over the place trying to fight fires. Granted, there's only so much manpower, right? So I think they try to go where they can to fight these fires. And like I said, it's an international effort, right? It's not just like one company or whatnot, right? It's the people that are staffed out of Australia, New Zealand, Mexico, Spain, etc., right? So I guess you could say it's almost like a global job, really. As for the fire from yesterday, that was an apartment fire. So I did broadcast that. That was yesterday. That was in the heart of the city. So um, sometimes we take fires for granted, right? So that's why I keep on telling people if if you're a smoker, a vapor, whatever you do, um, you need to be careful. Make sure you put your cigarettes out, you know, and be safe. If you're into recreational fireworks and stuff like that, be smart. I know that a lot of people usually like to send off firecrackers and stuff like that, and you know, um, it may like sometimes cigarette or any of these items can just smolder for a little bit, like hours and hours and hours, right? And you think, it'll be just fine, right? But after an hour or two, it could actually set something on fire, right? It could have been flicked into a bush, and 2 hours later, you've got like a blaze that goes up like no tomorrow, right? Same with, barbecues and things like that. Got to be careful and mindful that you're managing your barbecue equipment properly. If you got an outdoor fire pit, make sure, you know, you've got several buckets of water on hand, right? Spray around your campfire too, right? So if you don't have like grass, if you got grass still growing, close to the fire pit, spray the grass down around it, right? Or rake it up. Just cool it down. Just to make sure that it's safe, right? I think these are things that most people take for granted or they forget, right? So that's why I prefer to mention it. And then if you're in a fire zone or whatever, or if there's poor air quality and you got senior citizens that are neighbors and stuff, check on them, right? Knock on their door, make sure that they're doing okay, right? Make sure they've got water, make sure that they're, cool. They should be staying indoors, to tell you the truth, but that's more reason why to check on them. Make sure that they're okay. Because some of them might be just as stubborn as you are, right? Thinking, oh, it's fine, right? But then they forget to drink water regularly or find ways to keep cool, and then they fall asleep, right? And I don't know if you're into scented candles or that kind of thing too. Make sure you're not using candles so often. I know some people like aromatherapy, right? So they like to have candles burning in their house to give off certain scent, right? So just be mindful of that. Because your aromatherapy might turn into something that you may not like, right? Might end up being something like burning plastic or something. Not good. So today we're on Western Australia here. We are going to take care of some canola harvesting. Hopefully everybody's having a great week. There is a mod that I want to try out, I think on the weekend. I haven't tried it yet. I'll make sure that I get around when I get to the end before I jump over to show you guys on the mod hub. It's basically a mod that is supposed to help with mod conflict. I don't really know how it works, but I'm starting to see a lot more videos about it. And it did get onto the mod hub. Basically to address conflicts. So any players that, do a lot of realistic mods and stuff like that, like, I don't know, real mud, stuff like that, probably might find it helpful. I forgot I have rewinded so much that I didn't see if you responded to my previous message. Which one? The happy birthday one? Or to the FEMA one? Yeah, the FEMA one there is there. I think I talked about a minute or two on FEMA response. And I also showed a website too that shows Donald Trump authorizing FEMA for Spokane, Washington's fire. So, and then kind of read over some of the different aspects of it. Oh, the birthday one? Yes. Happy birthday. I did mention that. Yep. Well, it's a little early, 17 days early. But you're getting there. So, I'm guessing late August? Yeah. You must be doing something special if it's your 16th. Most people, I don't know if that's a thing anymore. Usually people do something special. I know for some people they get their license, that's for sure, or they start getting their learner's license or their learner's permit, or they start driving. Those are usually things that people do when it's their 16th. Some of them have big, large parties. School work isn't as fun as it is. Oh. Are you doing schoolwork? Are you back to school? I don't know. You live in the United States, don't you? I can't remember where you're from. Mind you, there are some people that do go back to school in August. Because they have like June and July off instead, right? So that might be the case. if they're in North America. So North America summer can branch out. It can be like June and July, or it can be July and August, or it can be August and September, I believe. Back up here. Drop that. My grain is almost full. Wonder if I can make it to the end. Yes, Texas. So you guys go back to school in August, in other words. Is that correct? I suppose college and universities could be different too. Oh, I never really know with that because there are some people that take courses in the summer. So, but I imagine you are not an overachiever and you're probably still in grade school. I did actually go to school with someone that was my age that actually did take college courses early. So it does happen. Now here's the interesting kicker. Interesting kicker on it. Because he was underage, he did not have to pay for his university and college courses, by the way. And now everybody's saying, don't say that. My parents are going to try to push me to be an overachiever now so that I can get a free education. But yeah, he was able to basically finish up a lot of the high school curriculum by just challenging the educational requirements, and then they just ended up putting him into college and university. I think he had probably maybe half his yearly schedule within the high school curricular system, but then the other half was at university and college. So, and then his parents didn't have to pay for the university or college courses. They were all provided to him for free, simply because he, under, government rules and stuff like that, he was considered a minor, right? Whether that's the case now, I don't know. But because we always asked, they said, well, how come you're not here all the time, right? And then he explained, right? He was probably one of the smartest people I knew. I'm gonna take this truck out here, I guess. And I think he was able to get all his college credits done and university credits done. So he had actually finished, like college and university, well, way ahead of, his fellow classmates like myself. I can't remember what he got into. He was into computer sciences and stuff like that. And then I think he got himself into network security. The last that I heard, so he started his own business. Now I don't know what he does. I've lost track of him. They don't organize high school reunions anymore. Not for my graduated class, I don't think. I think we did it like for the first 5 years, and then after that, we haven't seen anything organized. Some people still do high school reunions. I just don't think it's as big as it used to be. Park that guy there. I'm gonna load FS25 up. Ah, that sounds great. Anything you're playing in specifically? Map wise, or what are you doing? You're doing agriculture welding? What's involved with that specifically? I don't know what agriculture welding does. Welding in general, I think, is a good trade to get into. Because it's a transferable skill. You could end up, doing it in one field. I guess in this case, agriculture. That was what? No, the map I meant. There's a map called agriculture welding? Never heard of that. Look that up. Welding? FS25. Welding and workshop features in FS25? Oh, that's the class I'm heading. Oh, okay. Okay, so I was right. You are going into welding. Yes, okay. All right. I think you're still a little bit behind on my stream. Maybe, are you on the phone or are you on the computer? Because if you're on the computer, I just say hit refresh on the browser. On the phone, I don't know if you can do that. I don't think so. And you're doing the fishing map. Is that the Highland DLC one? That must be the Highland DLC. I'm hoping that the features from the Highland DLC gets expanded out, like the 2 other maps. I don't think we can put the big sea farms out in the ocean yet on other maps yet. It's just the small on-land fish ponds we can do. Yeah, Highland DLC. Are you doing all the fishing stuff, or are you doing something different? Like, are you doing like I think onions was introduced in that map too. I think I only did one headland, I believe. Just turn around here. put that down and we'll go. But yeah, I'm hoping that they'll take those components and move them over to in the next game, so people can put down those facilities if they want to. You're doing fishing. There's a challenge that people are doing. They start off with a fishing rod and they just fish. And then they start off with that, they sell the fish, and then they buy stuff. Are you doing something like that, or are you not that crazy? I know. I've had a few people come into my chat and tell me that that's what they were starting off with. And they said that it was like a fishing challenge. I definitely would say it's a fishing challenge. It would take a very long time to catch a lot of fish to get anywhere, though. I think. That ain't that crazy, no? Just starting off with a fishing rod and that's all you got? I suppose if you are really good at fishing, I don't know how much money you get from the fish. So maybe you're right. Okay, I'm about 24% full. I think I might dump the rest of this in here. I'll go right up here and then I'll back up a bit. Empty that in. Oh, dang. I lifted that up. One sec. Go. Okay. It's supposed to be snowing. I would have thought I would have had to stop harvesting, but I think I'm okay. I guess it's going to allow me to harvest in the snow. The other plan that we've got, of course, because this map is using straw harvest DLC equipment, I do have a windrower on standby over there. So his job will be to windrow all of this. So if it doesn't really matter if I back up the combine or have it spit out. Like these are nice even rows right now that I could probably pick up and turn in the pellets, but I'm going to windrow it all. And then we'll sell the pellets off like before. Back up. This field is already harvested in front of me. I did that last time. Then we're probably going to need to plow that, I guess. Not sure. I'll definitely need to buy some equipment to do some large seeding. Which I think we can do. We're at about 725,000. Or 726,000 almost. The windrower will be putting on course play, and then that means I will be able to follow in behind with Primos. See where that takes us. I don't have the palletizer factory yet, because that's pretty expensive. So I'm just basically selling loose pellets. That's sort of the plan. Eventually I will put down a palletizer. Have the DLC also pretty good one. You have that one? Do you do a lot of straw pellets? Or maybe hay pellets. You can do hay pellets too. Can't forget about that. I like to try to get into the palletizer. So, but like I was saying earlier, it is an expensive building. So I have to work my way up. And I have to plan out exactly what I want to buy for my farm and stuff like that, right? The other problem is space is not is a premium here. I don't have a lot of space to work with. I'll have to cut out some of my farm. We will have to see. Not that much. And are you interested in doing coffee? I'm waiting for that to come out. I'll get into coffee. We'll see what happens, I guess. I think is it custom modding that's coming out with the Jackdope hat? Remember who does that? Look that up. No, it's not custom modding. FS25. Connect modding. Yeah. I think Connect modding is making a coffee map. We're going to hear a lot about Connect modding when the coffee DLC comes out. I'm sure of it. Oh, that's the group from South America, I believe. That does a lot of equipment. You don't drink coffee? Well, the next DLC is featuring coffee. You'll be able to harvest it. I don't know what I'm going to do. I think there's when that DLC comes out, we're going to see that released, and I have a feeling custom modding Connect modding. I've got custom modding on my mind because they released out the versatile tractor, and I've been talking about that. But these guys here, these guys are gonna like blow up, I think, when that DLC comes out. Oh, I need to translate this to English because they speak Portuguese. But yeah. So I have a feeling you'll probably hear a lot more of these guys when the DLC hits. So their sprayer unit is awesome. What else? Oh, this thing is great. I'm not sure if I can blow that up. Can I? Not sure if this is going to play or what it's going to do. Kind of acting a little goofy here. Close that out. Guess it's not going to play. Probably because it's translating. But anyways, it has a large fertilizer tank on the back. It has large, giant, chunky wheels. And it has a planter. I think this might already be out or accessible, if I'm not mistaken. If not, I imagine it'll be out. And then he has a sprayer and fertilizer spreaders. So a lot of different equipment. So you'll probably hear more about Connect modding when the DLC comes out. I think they might even be working on a map as well. See what they have. Valtra Brazil official. So, yeah. So just remember, Connect modding. That's all I can say. I'll actually put their website in chat for people to check out. They are... Some of their mods sometimes make it to console. Let's take a look at the mod hub, because they do have some stuff up there. See if I can get back here. I'm going to open up another tab. Farm Simulator 25 mod hub. Connect modding. Yeah, so they do have some stuff up there. So they've got their sprayer units up there. They do have I think that's a planter. Lots of sprayers. They're big on Valtra. They love Valtra. Everybody has seen me on TV Rivers using their Jacto Hover 500. So that basically does more rows of sugarcane. They've got more spraying units, a lot of spraying equipment. They've got attachments. They've got an auger wagon. Oh, a lot of Stara Brazil equipment too. So anything to do with Brazil. Let's see, I think that's about it. This Connect modding. Yeah, they've even got case equipment. A lot of Stara equipment. Stara planter. I think everybody has seen this one. The Stara Riboki Ninja auger wagon. You can connect like 5 or 6 of them in a row from what I understand. They also do case equipment. They got case axial flow. This one is probably more commonly heard about or talked about. They've got lots of pages of it. I think this is I think this is no longer... This is Caligula and Carl Farms. I think we're getting out of Connect modding. So, yeah. Probably this is the last one. There might be some partnerships, because I think they work with other people too. So, let's see here. Yeah. Ben Studo and Connect Modding and LTDA. So there's more than one modder that worked on this particular seeder. I wonder if these other ones are partnerships too. Let's try the lizard manure spreader. No, that's all Caligula modding. Let me go back to the number 1. I think if I paste this, people can check out the mod hub here. Yep, going completely Brazil. And like I said, I think they've got a map on the go as well. I could probably... I'm gonna try connect modding and map. Latin American development studio specializing in custom maps, equipment, and low poly models for farming simulator series. Let's take it here. Does this do maps? Nope. I don't think I see anything right now, but I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that they were working on a map. So just keep your ears pierced or perked up. I can't remember where I heard it. It might have been on a DJ Goham video or FS News. One of the two might have mentioned it. Or you can check out their Facebook page. They'll update stuff on there too. I will just grab the link for that. If you guys want to check them out on Facebook. Connect modding. Facebook. Just to see what projects they are working on. But they do also coffee equipment. So that's why I suspect you'll probably see a lot more Connect modding discussions when the DLC comes out. Which will be fantastic. I think it's even the start of the Southern Hemisphere's summer too, right? Because we're not getting the next DLC until this fall for the Northern Hemisphere, which would be what, summertime for Southern Hemisphere. So the pack is really. Yeah, October 27th. So that would be the start of the Southern Hemisphere's summer month. So that would be perfect and in alignment, right? Because when do they start growing coffee and start growing coffee in Brazil? Spell that. October to March. So that just aligns all perfectly. Right? Makes sense to me. Does it make sense to you guys? Makes sense to me. Hey. So, yeah. Keep an eye on Connect modding, you know. They are huge for the South American and Central American and Puerto Rican farming simulator players out there. So, and they make some fantastic mods, so I'm anticipating some fantastic stuff from them when we get closer to to October. So we'll see what happens. I'm excited anyways. So I'll be looking to see if they come out with a map. Pretty sure they are coming out with one. I just can't remember where I saw that information. I read a lot of stuff, so I should probably start bookmarking stuff more. The problem is I digest so much information, I would probably have post-it notes everywhere. Like if you take YouTube, right? I've got like over 1,000 videos in the watch list that I still haven't gotten through. So I could be binge watching YouTube videos for a lifetime. All the time. It's crazy. I don't know if anyone else is like that. I don't know if I'm the only one. But a lot of the times what I do is, I've got this still open. I will scroll through. Sometimes there's a day where my homepage is just full of videos, right? Videos that I just want to watch, but I can't. I don't have enough hours in the day to watch them. So usually what I do is I get up and I just bookmark them all into the watch list, and they collect pretty much. Why what? So it's a huge mess. All right, we're almost to the end here. Just my headset a little bit. Also, if you guys are new to the channel, please remember to hit subscribe and also hit like. Share the video out, or the content out, or the channel out as well. It will definitely help me. We're trying to get up to 1,000 subs, so we're getting there. As always, once I get there, we'll be doing a large community live stream. With the community, I'll be renting a server so people can join. So we're slowly crawling there. I'm at about 972 subscribers. So we're getting there. Thought I would just mention that because I don't mention it very much. Try to. Sometimes I forget. And then, yeah, it's going to be great. I'm going to make it PC friendly, console friendly, DLC friendly. And people are going to be wondering, well, what does that mean? That means it's going to be just the base game. So if you only have, I don't know, the base game of FS25 and you play on console, you'll be able to play when I live stream to celebrate. So we've got that. I will be having other content creators joining me. A lot of my fellow content creators have helped me grow my channel, so they will be doing joint streams as well. I've been encouraging it. So I've been like saying, Kiwi, you better be live streaming when you're playing on my map. So it'll be like a live stream party. At least that's what I envision. So very community strong, essentially. And I will be sharing out links during the live broadcast as well to those content creators that will be live streaming. And yeah, as for me, I'll be doing the grunt work. I don't know if Juan and Jess will be joining. They are more than welcome to join. So if they are in there, they might. I don't know if they know that I'm doing this or not. But yeah, I imagine they will probably be joining in as well. So I know Kiwi will be joining. I probably maybe Eric the Crazy Viking, maybe, perhaps. What else? There's the Sim guy, he'll be joining. So we'll see what happens. And they probably won't all be live streaming at the same time. I'm leaving it up to them to decide when they want to join in and live stream. So it'll be based on their schedule. And myself, I will be doing a 24-hour live stream. And I will be keeping the server up for 24/7 because I do have viewers from all across the world, right? So they will be able to live stream when it's convenient for them. At the same time, it keeps it as an open door for my community to jump on the map, because I know I've got people from North America, I've got people from Europe, I've got people from New Zealand, I've got people from Africa, India that watch, right? So they might want to jump in. So if I do a 24-hour live stream, I can hit all the time zones, right? At least that'll be the plan. Yep. And of course, if people have time. So, and there's no commitment. People don't have to stay for very long. If they've only got like, I don't know, an hour to play, that's fine. They can jump in and play. If they don't want to play and they just want to watch, that's fine as well. So. But we got to hit 1,000 subs to do that first. So we're slowly creeping up there. We're getting there. Because that'll be a huge milestone, I would say. All right, that's channel promotion for everybody. I better turn my... I have a desk fan on. I'm going to turn it on. Just to cool down a bit. I don't think it'll come through the microphone. Nope. I try to put... I've got a lot of filters that I turn on that try to cancel out background noise and stuff. And fans is probably the biggest irritant for people when they're watching a live stream. So that's why I put filters on, or, you know, TV or other people, right? I'm pretty sure everybody has been there where they've got like a bunch of family members doing all sorts of things. It'd be kind of awkward to say, oh, can you all be quiet or go away, right? They're probably not going to be very, very popular with your wife or your husband or... whoever, if you say that. They're like, shut up back there! I'm trying to live stream. I don't think it would go over very well if you did that. But yeah, filters are really great when you're live streaming. So yeah. Yeah. Oh. All right. Also, for those that are new, I do a test stream on for mods and stuff on the weekend on Saturday. So those of you that have been around for a while or have caught my Saturday live streams for the past month, we'll be on a new map. We'll be automating smaller equipment. So look forward to that, new crops and stuff. So I'm kind of doing an automation series. Oh my god, yes, that's how I talk to my sister when I stream. Oh, you seriously? How well does that go well over with her? Does she come over and hit you in the head or something like that? Depends on the family member, right? It does. Not every family member is like that. Some will just, you know, yell at you or say something back and then just give in. But there are some that will come up to you and just hit you in the head. Nope. In other words, she wouldn't dare, right? Or is she just too nice for that? There are some sisters that are like that, or family members too, that are just nice, right? It just depends on the sibling, I suppose. But yeah, Saturday, check it out. I've been doing an basically an automation series. So I'm up to, I think, episode 8. So If you guys like Courseplay and Auto Drive, you can check that out. I do that Saturday. I've started a playlist for each episode. Eventually, I'm going to run out of equipment, and I'm going to run out of crops to test, and then we'll move into something else. Eric the Crazy Viking, welcome in, sir. If you guys don't know who Eric the Crazy Viking is, he is a content creator. Hit that link. Show him some love, as the message says there in the chat. Say hello. He is like a huge supporter of my channel. Some of you might have gotten channel memberships from him, so he's very generous. And he actively streams from Norway. And he does a lot of logging and heavy equipment stuff. So if you geek out on heavy equipment, you should check out his live streams. He does a fantastic job. How are you doing, Eric? All right, I'm going to back up here. Spin around. I think I'm full. I'm probably going to have to go empty out. Yep, you're no longer lonely. Let's go in here. I don't know if the first trailer's full. This one's full? Almost. A lot of material. Who's Karen? Oh, our spelling mistake. Hello, Shane. Welcome in. How's New Zealand today? All right, we're gonna go over here and around. So you're in New Zealand, so are you at the north end of the island? Did you guys like have an earthquake or something? I can't remember which island you're on, New Zealand. I started looking at earthquake information the past 2 weeks. Very cold. Can't wait for summer. Well, it's getting there. We're slowly moving into your summer months as we kind of leave our our summer months. Do. Do, do, do. Oh, the South Island got hit worse? Okay. All right, so here's my question. Is it because was it because they got aftershocks that were more intense in the South Island? Did they explain why they got it worse, basically? My guess is that the aftershocks intensified. That's my guess. Or did they have an entirely different earthquake themselves in the South Island? For those that don't know, New Zealand has 2 islands. There's a South Island and a North Island. Just to give perspective. But I know New Zealand has been getting a little bit more earthquakes recently, as some earthquake scientists have been indicating. I'm not sure if it's common. Usually it's more down, what they say is the North Island area, right? South Islands get more natural disasters. Okay. Well, hopefully it's not too bad. Hopefully people are surviving. I don't like hearing when there's natural disasters and stuff like that. Especially when people lose their homes. It's not good. Yeah, Texas has been getting a lot of weird weather too. Michael tends to keep me updated on the Texas weather. But the flooding, he doesn't talk too much about that. He talks about like, I don't know, dry weather and dust. I'm guessing he's in a different part, but I've seen on the news that you guys have been getting flooding. Really know why it happens for South Island, but he will know. I'll have to ask Kiwi the next time. Wasn't that bad? Okay. Well, that's good. But it still disrupts people's lives, and it's always something to keep an eye on or pay attention to, as you never know what will happen. Where I live, I don't know what I would expect. We're in a kind of a bit of a volcanic area. That would probably be my only concern. Most of the volcanic activity is very minimal, but I mean, if you take Italy, right, you got that, Mount Vesuvius, which is the latest news. People are talking about its activity just kind of propping up and everything. So I don't know. But it's always good to talk about things like this, or have, local governments or countries, working to find solutions like either earthquake proofing the building, making people aware of what they should do, that sort of thing. The middle of the North Island, so we don't get as much off the bed weather. I have to find that. Let me bring up the map. Might actually show up in here. This is the map here. Not sure if this will tell me. There's Auckland. Oh. Oh, you're on the other side of the island. You're close to Auckland. Oh, that would keep you relatively safe, because I think this was like, that was a 4.9. So when you were talking about the South Island, which is down here, I think they probably got hit with aftershock and stuff, perhaps. They didn't register a specific one, but the aftershocks I know for a fact can cause, I don't know, tsunamis, waves, all sorts of crazy stuff. And then you've got this one way up here. I think this is still all New Zealand. This water area is part of your area, if I'm not mistaken. That one's a 4.6. But I know that I think the past week there was like a couple up here. But like I said, basically it's the entire Pacific Ocean that's shifting, mostly. Like you got nothing in the Atlantic, except for like around here, San Juan, right? Which is probably because of this plate. So everything's like all stationary here. It's all in the Pacific. All right. An earthquake in the North Island. So those I would say are aftershocks. So as I understand it, when the earthquake happens here, it spirals out like a ring. So it like travels. So it'll a compression wave will start heading this way. And then if it hits anything that's weak, it could cause other earthquakes, depending on how the plate is structured. Or how it was explained. We get that a lot up here. For me, because I'm in this area, we have this plate, and there's a subduction zone. So we can see aftershocks from California or Oregon. So as these go off, they hit and weaken any structures here, which collapse and fall, and they cause micro earthquakes. And also sometimes some up here from Alaska, depending on how powerful they are. Some of them are out in the ocean. But there's a subduction zone here. And then California has a whole whack of different types of plates that fracture down here. So whatever happens in California, we can kind of feel too up in British Columbia. This whole area is basically a concern. So we're just waiting for something to happen. New Zealand gets earthquakes is because we are on two tectonics. Okay. I don't think this map is really showing it. Maybe because of these two plates here. But to my some people have said that this used to be all land here. Like in this area, like up here. Like there's land here, or there's a hidden continent here or something, is what people have indicated on some documentaries that I've watched. And it was all part of, well, New Zealand. It's just that these two islands, I think, are just higher up. Like, higher altitude, whereas the rest of the plate or the continent is sort of submerged underwater, or got covered over water from flooding and stuff. I suppose some of it's going under, like you said. British Canadian? British Columbia. Yeah, I guess so. You could probably say that. BC's capital is Victoria, in honor of Queen Victoria. If you go onto the island, you'll probably see quite a bit of, a lot of people that are very strongly affiliated with the monarchy, I guess you could say, that are very pro-monarchist. You would find most of them in the Victoria area and on the island. It seems to be like more cultural that way, I guess. But yeah, this is British Columbia. This whole province. There's a lot of people that appreciate the monarchy or Britain and UK. Like I said, I think Victoria, and then a lot of people that are on the East Coast. So like Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland, more or less on this side. But you get all sorts of Canadians across the country that are, very pro, UK and royalty. But whenever you start to see like architecture and stuff like that, you will see mostly in Nova Scotia and Victoria. And what parts of Canada do they speak French? That's a good question. So you've got Quebec, this province here, which is big. Maybe I should get a better map, shouldn't I? This is a pretty crappy map. The earthquake map, which is all of this. So this is a French-speaking province. So they make it very, very it's very much mandatory that everything have everything in French. So this is probably the heartland of French language, right here. Ontario does speak French, Manitoba as well, but it's more bilingual. And also, so those places, especially up in Ottawa area, which is the capital of Canada. So bilingualism is very strong there. And then Manitoba. As you go further west, you'll start to notice that French is not that dominant. It's more English. But as you stay in Ontario, go to Manitoba and Quebec, it's a lot of French. And then New Brunswick as well. And I think Newfoundland, parts of Newfoundland and PEI, but mainly here. And let me see here. There is something else here that I need to show people. I don't know if I can show it on here, though. The country France, everybody knows France, right? It's like, France is way over here. Somewhere. Where is it? Right over there. Right? Everybody knows France, right? Yeah. Canada is a young country. This is France, right? Everybody knows France, right? So they have a territory that is theirs. That is off our, I think it's these islands. Yeah. This here is France. This territory here is France, in case people didn't know that. This is owned by the French. They have the French government operate there. They have the French Postal Service. Everything is all France, I believe, on this island here. So that is French territory. So if anyone says that France is not in North America, well, they're wrong. It's here. They are parked here. I believe they even maintain a navy here as well. So that's a fun fact for people to be aware of. And that's just, the basically all with it surrounded by Canada, right? Because this is Canada, that's Canada, this is Canada, right? But yep, we got a little piece of France here. Yeah, this is French. These islands. So if you go there and you do need a passport, all of that good stuff. But not many people know that. I always mention that. So does that make France North Americans as well then? that's the big question, right? Because they are there. So I always mention that because it's an interesting fact that not many people know about. So, which I think is a great thing. And of course, they speak French there too. I guess I should mention that as well, right? But like I said, as you go more to the West Coast, you'll probably see not so much of a focus on the French language. I mean, they do require you to take French in school and stuff like that, but most people will be speaking mostly English as you go further west. But the heart of, Quebec French is all in this area here. So, and if you do go to Quebec, it's probably good if you can speak French, because it's going to help you out a lot. A lot of the road signs and a lot of everything is in French, right? Even if you buy stuff out of the supermarket, it will be in French. And I think, to my knowledge, their French language is very similar to France's French, but there is some things that are a little bit different, right? It goes with any language, right? Like I speak English, you speak English, but I have some slang, right? I have my own Canadian lingo and slang that I use, right? And I believe in New Zealand and South Africa and Australia, or even in the UK, we all have different words that we say in English that mean different things. That is a bit of a slang, right? So it's kind of the same thing. So the Quebec French, they do use different words and they pronounce things a little bit differently, which I equate as slang, kind of differentiate it from Paris, France, French. You don't need a passport to go to France. We need passports to go everywhere, pretty much. I believe the Sim guy, I think when I first met him, he's from the UK. He wanted to come to Canada. And I explained, you got to go to our government website to get into Canada. You have to follow certain regulations and stuff like that. It used to be like I think in the 80s and 90s, there was a lot more free port of call. Like when I was younger, in the 80s, I could cross into the US without a passport or any sort of special ID. But in the early 2000s, they stopped that, and you now need some sort of passport or something in order to go into the United States, right? To prove your citizenship. So that's one example. And that's even before Donald Trump. So it's not Trump's fault or anything like that. Just pointing that out. But everywhere you go nowadays, you pretty much need a passport. Probably not every country operates that way, but with Canada, for sure. If you come here, you would probably need a work visa if you wanted to work here. As a New Zealander or an Australian, for that matter. But generally, Australians and probably New Zealanders, if they come here and they're here for work, their companies probably help them out to get in here. like, other than the fire season that I explained, thank you to all the New Zealanders out there that are watching. Your fire services are appreciated here in Canada. They announced today that Australia and New Zealand has sent firefighters to British Columbia, so giving you guys a shout out. But aside from the fire services, we do get a lot of New Zealanders and Australians that come to. Where's Whistler on here? Here's Vancouver. We have a very large West Coast ski resort. I think it's. I went too far north, didn't I? West Vancouver. Trying to find Whistler. It's somewhere along here. Hines Bay. I think it's past that. This is a really bad map. I should probably change maps. I'm going to change maps. I don't like this. I'm going to go to Google Maps. I think we're done with the earthquakes. All right. Let's scoot up here, Maple Ridge. This is much better. Now I can see stuff. We got Cypress Mountain, Squamish. I think it's past Squamish, if I'm not mistaken. Whistler. I could probably type in Whistler. Yeah, here we go. So this is like Blackcomb Mountain. This is a huge international ski resort. A lot of people come here from all over the world. So what happens is that when it's, I think, your summer and our winter, we'll have a lot of Australians come up here and New Zealanders, and they'll work the slopes. There'll be like ski patrol, search and rescue. There'll be guides. They'll take people on hiking tours and all sorts of stuff. And they spend the entire time in Canada up here. Which is a fantastic job because you get to do what you love, right? Most of these people are very outdoorsy people. Like, it's just crazy. Hello, Michael. Welcome in. And so we'll get a lot of outdoorsy people that are from New Zealand and Australia, and they'll come up here and they will spend the entire winter. They'll get free, like, ski passes, snowboarding passes sometimes, and they will work up here for the winter season, right? And they do their work during the day, and then they usually have local pubs and bars and stuff like that, and they just have a lot of leisure fun time in the evening after their shift, hanging out, right? Hanging out with the staff and everything like that. And then when they're done their season here, they go back to Australia. I think Australia and New Zealand, you guys got mountains too, right? So then they start up their skiing career in those parts, right? And then they work your guys' winter. And then when your winter is done, then they come back up here and they hang out up here, right? So we get a lot of folks from New Zealand and Australia working in our tourism sector, which is kind of cool. But yeah, a lot of people come up here all over the place. We got people here from the UK, the United States. We got people from, Europe, like everywhere, right? They come up here. They book lodgings inside of the hotels here in the little village. I wonder if I can get a street view of this. So, Pinnacle Hotel, they'll stay here. They have, can I go, how do you move? I don't think I can move any further, can I? Open that up. Let's choose. I think this is probably another spot. Yeah, so can I close that? This is the village. Cobblestone. No cars. So all modern amenities in here, shops, places to visit and stuff like that. Places to have coffee. There's bars. This place gets really hopping at nighttime for people, and they just have a blast, right? So just think of it. You come up here, right? You do your work on the slopes, right? Which you love, right? You get to do a bit of skiing because you love skiing, right? So it's like the best job on earth. So you do your day job. And then when you're done your shift, you come down here and then you've got a whole party. This whole place gets flooded with people, right? And the bars open up and the dining establishes open up at nighttime. And this place is just crowded, right? So you end your shift, you hang out at, have a couple of, pints at the pub with the boys or the gals, right? And you just have a fun time, right? So that's generally why people will come up here to, to tour or even work for that matter, right? You can come up here during the summer too. It's a little bit hot. Usually what they do is they change the slopes into mountain biking. So anyone that's into mountain biking can come up here. Maybe you don't like the cold and you're more into mountain biking and hiking and stuff like that. You could come up here too during the summer season. And all of the ski resorts get turned into basically mountain bike hills, right? You got more shops in here. People live upstairs, so there's like people living up here. These are like hotels. Sometimes people will rent out condos for the entire 6 months, right? Yeah, so this is Whistler. When we hosted the 2012 Winter Olympics, this is where they had it, up here in Whistler. So this place was really hopping during the Winter Olympics. Now you're making me want to go to Canada. I know, right? I love warmer weather. I'm used to 48 degrees Celsius. Oh, well, you'd probably be best to come here during the summer then. Right now we're like at about, 31 degrees? So probably a little nippy for you. But definitely don't come here during like the winter months. Unless you bundle up. You can have a lot of fun here, but it'll be cold. But at least there'll be modern amenities out here for you. Like I'll show you something out here. Like they'll even have the patios open during the day. See here. I'm trying to find a pub here. I think this one's over here. Back here. Get the... Oh yeah, here we go. Is this too far? Nope. I think the image isn't very good. I'm gonna have to go back, I think. Go back here. Ugh, that's a horrible picture. I'm in someone's... I'm underground. I did not... You could know you could go underground. Go here. I think there's like... I'm trying to see that last picture that I was finding. Anyways, I guess the best way to describe it, like you can see that there's like seating arrangement here. What they will do is they'll put like heating units in here that will give off a lot of heat. That's what they do during the winter time. They're basically propane heating stands. And it's basically a big giant rod that goes up and it fans out and it's propane and it gives off a lot of heat, so they keep this area all heated during the winter months. Not so much during the summer months. All right, take care, Super Puppy. Thank you for jumping in. So, yeah. But if you're not prone to cold, come during this summer. And if you know, there's lots to explore. You can go hiking. You can go, whatever you call it, mountain biking, if you wish, during the summer. And you're very close to Vancouver. They usually have tour buses or transit buses that go from Whistler to Vancouver. So you can go into the big city as well. So it's all interconnected, right? See if I can back this up here. This is winter. You're like, gross, I don't want to be there. It's too cold. But everybody's buttoned up there. I did not know that we were going to have, like, winter pictures. That's fantastic. But yeah, definitely a lot of cool stuff. I'm going to head out. I have some stuff to do. I'm going to like the stream, and then I'm going to go have a good stream. Okay. Go back to summer, please. Yes, definitely. I'll minimize that. Actually, I can't. Australia is snowing right now. On my map. But hopefully that'll give the people some ideas of, well, Vancouver. Vancouver, I would say, is very tourist friendly. Like, most of our province is focused on tourism, especially outdoors tourism. So if you come here, you know, and you are a tourist, not for hiking and outdoors and stuff, definitely check out British Columbia. If you're into interesting architecture, I would say go to Victoria, but if you're interested in strong architecture and a lot of it, like diversity of architecture, I would say go to like the East Coast, like Prince Edward Island, also Ontario, because they have some of the much like older buildings, like almost like when the country was first formed. So you can kind of see a diversity of, you know, traditional or heritage kind of building structures and stuff like that, right? And East Coasters are really friendly people. Fantastic. Great places to go and eat. A lot of pubs and stuff like that. Like if you're kind of like almost like Irish pubs a little bit. So if you're like from Ireland, you might get a little bit of kind of a home feeling, if that makes sense. Probably not exactly the same, but a little bit close to home feeling if you're like from Ireland or the UK and stuff like that, and you're kind of like a, you know, old style pub kind of person, right? And then if you're really outdoorsy, right, like you're like kind of really crazy and you like the cold, you can go to Quebec, and they have like outdoor hotels. So what they do is they build an entire hotel out of blocks of ice, and they carve it, and you stay in it. And these things are just huge too. Like there's some of them are almost like full-size hotels, right? They'll have some great, you know, grade A ice sculpture people that will like make desks and all sorts of other amenities and stuff like that. But keep in mind, when you go to sleep, you'll be probably sleeping on an ice bed, most likely. But it's definitely an interesting experience. And then you get all sorts of different cuisine everywhere, right? It's just, that's kind of crazy. And then summertime, I would say go to Alberta, especially if you're here during July. Go to the Calgary Stampede. A lot of people internationally go there. You'll get all sorts of different people that will go to the Calgary Stampede. It's just crazy. You'll see a lot of agriculture stuff, right? Bull riding, barrel racing, chuck wagon races, roping, all sorts of different 4-H activities. I imagine you will see tractor equipment set up as well, right? So if you're into the agricultural machinery, they'll probably be there as well. And you're about, I think about an hour. So if you go to Calgary, you're like an hour away from Banff National Park. So most people have heard of Banff. So if you end up, spending 2 weeks in Calgary, right? You can do a lot. You can actually make it into British Columbia. You're like about an hour away, right? You can go into Banff National Park, explore a bit of that as well. Also, you can tour some of the museums. There's always traditionally tar pits, so there's a lot of fossils and dinosaur museums as well. If you go to Edmonton, there's West Edmonton Mall, which is owned by Wayne Gretzky. It's a giant mall with shops, but it's a complete amusement park too. It's got indoor water slides. It's got hotel amenities. It's got theme park rides all built into this massive, large mall. Literally, it's a huge complex. Some people say that it takes them an entire week to get from one end of the mall to the other. So, gonna have a lot of fun there too. Can't get bored in Canada. That's all I can say. But yeah, I think it's just great. That's probably one of the reasons why I like Canada, I guess. All right, we're gonna make it to the end. I didn't do much farming today, did I? At least I've only got like a very small field to do. If I was on that field, I probably would never have gotten that field done. If I had to do the other field. I think I can get this one done. I put everything in the dryer. I don't know if I have to empty my truck yet. Over there. Okay, let's lift up. Fit this out a little bit. Okay, go. Make it to the end. So like I said, I'm going to try to get a large planter. I did not plant that field yet. But it just depends on how much money I'm going to make. Trying to put everything into upgrading my equipment. I want to get one of those big giant, air cart seeders. But I'm going to need a big tractor to pull it too. So There's going to be a lot of dollar signs thrown up on it, essentially. So we will see what happens. I might be able to buy it by the time this all the crops are sold. Maybe. If not, then I might have to do a small planter or use an existing planter. And then just try to get a second harvest in so that I can buy the bigger equipment down the road. Get to the end here. And then on Monday, we'll be back on the Manitoba map. I still got a lot of lavender to do. I don't know what I'm going to plant next on that map. I'm going to try to do a different crop. So I've already done lavender. He's got a few other crops that I can plant on there. I'm going to go through the list and see. I'm kind of interested in mustard because it's a cover crop. I might do that. I don't know if I can make money off of the mustard, though. I have to figure out how it's harvested. Because generally with cover crops, right, you just plow it into the ground, right? Kind of like oilseed radish. So I don't know how the mustard works. So we'll have to figure that out. Haven't quite figured that out yet. But I'm also strapped for cash on that map too. So I have to be careful on my spending. But the lavender is looking promising. So the cost of the lavender on there didn't look too impressive. Like I think it was $800 per 1,000 liters. And I thought, well, it's not too bad. It's fairly reasonable. But then I started thinking, well, I might have a very high yield, right? So I've been getting quite a few tipper loads off of the field. So I have a feeling that I will make a lot of money off of it. I'm going to have to look at expanding my transport operation on there. I might have to like get a larger trailer network because I have a feeling I'm going to have a lot more lavender than whatever I had on the field before over there. So we will have to see. And I don't think I can dry the lavender. I don't think I'll have to take a look. I should probably look. The reason why I say I should look, because I could be wrong. In most cases, they usually dry lavender, right? No, it's not like a wet crop. So maybe it will actually work inside the grain dryer that I got. I don't know if it's just a grain dryer though. So I'm gonna have to look at that and see if I can put lavender into that grain dryer. I didn't think of that until I just started talking about it now. I was like, well, what am I going to do with all that lavender? I don't know if there's a production that can be used with it. I don't think there is. I was just going to sell it and try to make as much money off of it as I can. I'll have to see. I have to think on it. I'm going to make it to the end and then I'm going to spin around. Okay. Oh, a little bit too far. Am I fully empty? Nope, I'm not. I'm gonna just close this in and we'll line it up. And I'm gonna take that truck and dump it into the dryer. I'm gonna turn off that. I'll probably park this sort of like this. I'll turn off the engine. I'll go get our truck and we're gonna go empty it into the dryer. I might need to buy a mulcher. This looks like I think most of my fields need mulching. That field definitely needs mulching. Sort that out later, I guess. All right. It's got a lot of weight in it. Gonna take a bit of work. If I can turn. I probably need a much more powerful engine in this truck. Gonna make it. Can I get onto the road? Is there a fence there? I can get onto the road. So it's kind of raining here. Good thing I don't have the real mud mod on. I think I have some problems. All right. There's a fence right there. I don't want to go into that, that's for sure. I've got about 102,000 liters in both trailers. Oh, that's my total. That's how much I'm hauling. It's not per trailer. It's in total with the 2 trailers. That's a fair amount. And I'm using an EV truck, electric truck. I just like the sound of the engine. Here's the grain dryer. Do 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 do. Empty out. There we go. I'm going to make sure that I turn the dryer on. I don't know if it's on for this crop. I know it's smoking for something. See, got propane in there still. Got dried soybean that I need to transport. I've got dried wheat to still transport. The canola. Let's activate that. I got about 101. This thing holds a lot. It can hold up to 101 million liters of crop. That's fantastic. So it's going to go through that event. Once I'm done all of the fields, I'll probably end up transporting all of this. I've got like 50,000 liters of wheat that's dried. I've got 158 liters of dried soybeans. And then I'm going to have the canola too. So that'll increase the value of my crop. All right. All right, back to the field. So if anyone has that live streams, OBS did send out an update. I've been using the newest update since Saturday. I haven't had any problems. But if you do use OBS for recording purposes, there has been some videos out there that have suggested that there's been some problems with recording content with OBS. So I just would recommend people to go and just watch some videos first before they update their OBS, their studio software. And granted, if you're using a different studio, with the exception of Meld, because Meld is completely built from the ground up. But if you're like using, I don't know, Prism Studio, or I think Elements or Streamlabs has their variation. They piggyback off the scripting from OBS. So chances are you could probably have some problems simply because you're using the same baseline, essentially. So just be aware of that if you do any video editing or recording with OBS. Myself, I haven't had any problems with streaming. But I haven't used it for recording. Oh, I forgot to empty my canola. Crap. Do that first. Close that up. All right, we're gonna go to the end. Let's square it away. I don't know if there's any new updates on the Tribine. Or we're moving on, I'll see if there is. Redneck modding. Go to kitchen. No new updates. But if you guys do want to get the tri-bind, you can get it from the itch.io. There you go. I'll just post that as a link for you guys. It is only... It's PC only, though. Just keep that in mind. I have to check something. My Twitch stuff isn't coming through. I apologize. Well, I'll add that to the list for you guys. If you guys use... I did update that before the live stream. Streamer bot, it will kick out some of your stuff, apparently. Pop this out. Not sure why it didn't connect. I use Streamer bot for managing my chat and some of my alerts and stuff like that. I had assumed it was looking after my Twitch chats, but apparently... Yeah, it's not connected. Why did it not connect? Let's see if I hit login. Will that work? Let's see. Authorize. Yep, it kicked out the connection. There we go. Twitch is in there now. I feel bad because Michael was in there saying hello, but I didn't have the chat up, so I apologize, Michael. I had a feeling something was going to break. I didn't think that would break. All right. How's that? There we go. I see you now. It was 120 degrees Fahrenheit today. Wow. That's hot. Very hot. Thank you for saying hello in Twitch. I apologize it took me so long to say hello. But if you hadn't said anything in there at all, I probably wouldn't have noticed that Streamer bot was not connecting to Twitch. But now it is, so now your chats are now coming into my one chat tool so that I can see my YouTube chats and my Twitch chats at the same time. So, thank you. So is your temperature going to start cooling down? You're going to go for at least another couple of months at that hot weather, to my knowledge. $113 for the high tomorrow, a cooler day tomorrow. Any idea why that is? Is it because cloud cover's coming in or something? Or is it just shift in wind, different air masses? Cooler weather's always welcome. So we're going to be warm for us anyways, or hot for us for the next couple of days, I think. Don't know. Texas is a large state, so all parts of the state probably gets different air masses and stuff like that. Unpredictable weather. Well, I guess it is predictable. That's why we got meteorologists and stuff. I'll make it to the end here. Here's a good question. Do they have wineries in Texas? Always wondered about that. They have Texas wineries. And what kind of wines do they make if they do? They probably do beer or malts and stuff, probably. 6826. How are you doing today? Doing fantastic. What's 6826? I bet you guys got wineries in Texas, right? I think they do, but it's illegal to buy wine on Sundays and after 10 p.m. Really? Are you allowed to drink wine though? Can you drink it? That's an interesting fact. I did not know that. We don't have a law like that. That's interesting. Are you able to consume it though? Can you consume it? Like if you've already bought like a bottle of wine on Saturday? I guess nobody can. That's probably a stupid question. I can't see police forces going in and say, "Sir, ma'am," or Texas Rangers coming in and saying, "Sir, ma'am, have you been consuming alcohol? What kind of alcohol have you been consuming today on this fine Sunday?" You can't drink it. You can't buy it. Really? Holy crap. Wow. Okay. Do they say why that is? Or is it just an old law that they never got rid of? I can't laugh because there are countries in the world you're not allowed to drink alcohol at all, so which is the truth of the matter. But I have a feeling it's to, represent your Sunday best, essentially, is my guess. How long has the law been enforced for? Like when did it must be an older law for Texas. That name is so long for me to repeat. Okay. Can you give me a year when they started doing that? Or is it like so old that you can't remember? I'm thinking, I'm going to guess it's an old law that has been there. Because, some places you get like very traditional laws that stay, right? But if it's a new law that started like 5 years ago, that would definitely shock me. Since I was little, okay, yeah, fair enough. So it would be an old traditional law. I can understand that. If you had told me that it came out like, I don't know, 5 years ago, that would definitely astonish me, definitely. So it's probably having to do with traditional values, which I can understand. Probably a bit religious focused, I would say, if I was to take a guess. Because usually those types of laws would be like, religiously related to. Um, but not always the case. I mean, if you got a situation where, people just got out of control from over drinking and stuff like that, right? I could see those types of laws being put in place as well for that. You got prohibition laws and stuff like that, right? But that's definitely interesting. Um, I think some parts of Canada, we do have places that I think still say that you're not allowed to work on Sunday. I can't think of any place off the top of my mind, but I'm pretty sure that there's parts of Canada that does do that. I think more on the East Coast, though, I think, unless it has changed. Um, but even when I was really young, there used to be a time where nobody worked on a Sunday. Like even in the city that I live in right now, um, uh, employers just would not have staff working on Sundays. Older than you? Yeah, I'm guessing that might be the case. I would classify that as a traditional law. And you get that. That's where you get laws that never change. They've been there for part of the traditions of the community, right? Which I get. And sometimes you get some weird ones too. There's some weird ones out there. Sometimes with animals too, right? Like you will see like I don't know, especially with wildlife or farm animals and stuff like that, right? Certain places you can't, drive a vehicle. All right, let's go close to the end. Just got that there. Yeah, 50 degrees Celsius. Um, so from to be correct here, you're talking about Shane. So he is from South Africa, born, but I clarified he's actually living in northern New Zealand, which is probably pretty close to the same climate as you, I think. Because I think that New Zealand is like pretty close to like the equator. I have to look. Like he was telling me one day that they grow a lot of tropical fruit and stuff like that in New Zealand, on the Northern Island, which I didn't know. Most of the stuff that I've seen about New Zealand is like Lord of the Rings, where you get all those mountains and stuff, right? So I think, well, that looks like British Columbia to me, which is true. Their mountains look very much like ours, but the Northern Island's different. But yeah, he was saying he doesn't like cold weather. So he would probably like Texas weather, most likely, is my guess, because it would be very close to your weather. Me, I die in your weather. But you and I have had that conversation already. 50 degrees Celsius is 122 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's really hot. Yeah, to me, that's hot. So you guys would get along just great, is my guess. I go to either of your places and you guys are sitting there, you know, nice and comfortable with like a, you know, somewhat of a loose wearing long sleeve shirt and maybe some jeans. And me, I'm in shorts and a t-shirt and I'm sweating my ass off probably. Panting for liquid probably. 120 degrees today. Yep. So to him, that's comfortable weather. That's comfortable weather. He said he wanted to come to Canada, but he was worried about the cold. So I'm now thinking maybe that might be too cold here. Except for during the summer. I think it will be fine. But makes sense because I think you've mentioned to me that when your temperature drops too cold, you say it's too cold. So I'm thinking that it might be this similar. That's when you have these types of conversations, you can kind of understand things a little bit better. There's a difference between mine and his weather. He has humidity, so his temperature glides down. I do not have humidity. Temperature just dropped like a rock. Yeah, that could be true, because you're drier climate. And then New Zealand is probably, like you said, more humid. Because it's island. I can relate to that because we get a lot of humidity where I am. At least because I'm a little bit close to the ocean. Anything where you're close to the ocean, you're more likely to get a lot more moisture. So you're right, it's not exactly the same. I still don't know which would be better, dry heat or humid heat. So, to my knowledge, like if it's humid heat, your body has a harder time of cooling itself down naturally because you can't sweat as well as good. So as your body temperature rises in a higher humidity environment, you're just getting the humidity or the water vapor in the air just sticking to your skin. And so you can't really regulate that well, from what I understand. because I think as human beings, we regulate our temperature through, well, our circulatory system, blood flow, right? And also sweating. So if we can't sweat, that cuts down on our ability to keep cool. Unless you jump into an ice cold lake or take a shower or something like that, right? The only other way. Um, as for dogs, I don't know how they would feel. They might enjoy the humid heat because I don't think dogs sweat, if I remember correctly. They just That's why they keep on panting. They have to like, pant a lot, and that's how they cool their body. So if they're always sticking their tongue out, panting, that's one way. And I think through the pads on their feet, I believe. Same with cats, I believe. Cats do that too. I think they cool down from the pads on their feet. So, so if it's a hot day and you're taking your dog on hot concrete, that might not be good. Yeah, that's not good. His temperature might go down like 95 at night. My temperature goes all the way down to 10 degrees at night. Temperature I saw go from 100 degrees Fahrenheit to 28 degrees Fahrenheit in 3 hours. Yeah, that's a huge temperature shift. I think people would have a problem with that. Especially if they're like used to a certain temperature variation, right? It's not that people can't adapt though. Our bodies are very adaptable, but it just doesn't happen like within seconds. In most cases, if you're in a hot area or whatnot, you might see more capillaries growing, right, in your body. So basically, the circulatory system expands, right, and adapts. Starts to recognize, oh, okay, well, I'm in a different climate. I got to start growing new capillaries to adapt to whatever I'm dealing with. But like I said, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes time for that to happen. So the first couple of weeks, you probably go like, man, this place is hell. Almost done. Yeah. Just drop that down. Yep. I'm gonna finish this field off, and then I'm gonna get a glass of water. I'll probably take a hydration break. My throat's starting to get a little dry. We'll get this all done first. I like the fact that the header wobbles and bounces a bit. It's an interesting effect. Good. I'm missing my course. I'm going to do this like the old-fashioned way, I guess. So, that is very true. Like, I didn't know until you told me. So anyone that's watching that's never been to Texas, if you think Texas is hot like all the time, it's not. It gets like hot, super hot during the day, and then it gets cold at night. It's definitely an anomaly. I'm pretty sure there's other parts of the world that probably maybe does it. I don't know, but for me, I thought that was weird. So just be sure to be prepared if you go to Texas, I guess. That's all I can really say on. Oh, I missed a bit. First I seen was 102 degrees Fahrenheit. The next morning it was 11 degrees Fahrenheit with wind chill down to 0. Yeah, that's cold. And that's during the summer, right? So that would mean that you would need your summer clothes during the day and you'd need your winter clothes at night. Pretty much. The one heck of a shock to the system. Yeah, that would be. Hello, Nick. Welcome in. During the winter. Oh, during the winter? Yeah. Have they ever done Survivor in Texas? That you're aware of? It's probably not a place that most people would think of doing Survivor. Because usually they like to have those fancy, like, I don't know, tropical places to go. But at the core of it, if you want to be a survivor, right? Wouldn't that be that would probably, just on the notion of just trying to survive, I think that would be a good place to do it. No. I think they should do a survivor segment there. Just dump them off in some part of the desert and see if they can survive. I do understand it's not like a tropical place, because they usually like to choose tropical places all the time, but at the core root of just the idea or the concept of trying to survive, it would probably a good place to choose, in my opinion. Okay, let's just drop that down. We're gonna go for a push here. With every row that I do, I get that much closer to a glass of water. This desert will take them out in hours. That I don't know. That's up for them to figure out. So that's a good concern. They'd need a good shelter, that's for sure. Can you put a shelter out there? During a sandstorm? Probably not. There must be something that you could put up to survive. There must be someone in Texas that has gone out and decided to do some sort of excursion and brought some gear to deal with sandstorm, right? So what would they use? Or are they just like, okay, it's going to be a sandstorm, we're not going to be here? I'm pretty sure there must be someone that's been nutty enough to try to stay out in a sandstorm. Because there's always someone that's going to say, oh, I can disprove that. I can do that. There's always someone in the world that's going to do that or say that, right? And this desert can create sandstorm to black out the sun, to pitch blackness. See, what I think you would need is like, you couldn't use any type of tent. You'd need like something that would be like thick hide. Like really thick hide, animal hide, something. I think maybe that might work. And then just make sure that your stakes are sturdy. Obviously, this stuff would be pretty heavy, though. So I don't know how many adventurers would be wanting to take heavy pelt with them. And big giant stakes, right? My coworker got caught in a sandstorm here. It was 100-mile-per-hour wind. Was he in his vehicle or was he out in it? And if he was out in it, what did he do? That's the real question. $150-mile-per-hour wind. Yeah, that's not fun. You couldn't even have your eyes open. Because if you had your eyes open, your eyes would get destroyed. Well, everything about you would probably get destroyed. Technically. You'd probably have to curl up in a ball, I think. And keep your eyes shut. And maybe you might be okay. Well, he tried to run from the sandstorm and he ran into a cactus. Oh. That probably didn't go very well. Unless it was a big cactus. He could have used it for... Was it a big cactus? Cactuses can be pretty big. You could use it for shelter. To a degree. Maybe it's not such a bad idea. That's probably what I would do. I'd probably do that. Look for something, anything, to go next to it. Just to see if I can get some shelter. Then I would determine which angle or where the wind is blowing from, and I go on the opposite side of it. So if the sandstorm is blowing from the east, right, and there's a cactus out there, I would go on the west side of the cactus. I don't know. He said he was drunk. Okay. Probably doesn't remember that. Fair enough. That might explain why he couldn't run away from the sandstorm. Maybe. I don't know. What is Survivor anyways? Is that a real question? Or are you being sarcastic? I'll show you. I'll show you. You probably know what I'm... Once I show you, you'll probably say, oh, I know what you're talking about. So, it's a TV show called Survivor. It's been going on since, like, I don't know, forever. So it's a TV series. I'm gonna try to get a Wikipedia here. Survivor is an American version of the International Survivor reality competition television franchise. It's derived from the Swedish television. Oh, I did not know it was Swedish original. Swedish television series Expedition Robinson, created by Charles Carlson. That's a blah, 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 blah. Survivor places a group of people in an isolated location where they must provide food, fire, and shelter for themselves. The contestants compete in challenges, including testing the contestants' physical abilities like running, swimming, or their mental abilities like puzzles and endurance challenges for rewards and immunity from elimination. The contestants are progressively eliminated from the game as they are voted out by their fellow contestants. So they end up on an island or an isolated place and they have nothing, but they can gain stuff by doing games each day or whatever. The winning team gets something that's beneficial. So they might get a lighter or something, but they literally have nothing in the beginning. And that's how it works. Okay, let's go forward. Oh, crap. Crap, crap, crap. Let me lower my thing down. I'm gonna back up, I think. That. Try to grab this here. I don't think the Chihuahua Desert is gonna be nice to them. No, probably not. There's another series called Naked and Afraid. That one's not very common. I don't know if anybody heard of that, but that one is more intense than Survivor. They dump you off in an isolated area and you've got nothing. You got no clothes either. And you got to figure out how to survive, and they give you nothing. Literally. Called Naked and Afraid. And there's 2 people, right, in this little excursion. And then if you survive for the amount of time, you win money or something. That would be crazy. Yeah, usually they end up on a tropical island, those guys, the Survivor people. But there's Naked and Afraid. That's a different show. I think Afraid, yeah. So this is another show. So they literally go to places that are complete without clothes. They eventually make clothes and stuff. See if they have a Wikipedia on it. This one's more intense than Survivor. So it says it's an American reality series that airs on the Discovery Channel. So I watch quite a bit of Discovery Channel. Just to throw that in there. Each episode chronicles the lives of 2 survivalists who meet for the first time naked and are given the task to survive and stay in the wilderness for 21 days. Each survivalist is allowed to bring 1 helpful item, such as a machete or a fire starter. After they meet in the assigned location, the partners must build a shelter and find water and food. The event of each couple's journey plays out in a simple episode. Partnership strip down and meet each other. They are provided with rough crossbody satchels containing a personal diary, a camera for use when the camera crew is not there at night, and a map. They are all They all wear identical necklaces with a center bead, which is a microphone with a wire that connects to a wireless audio transmitter hidden in the satchel. Some personal jewelry is allowed. Each survivalist is allowed to bring one helpful item, such as a hatchet or a fire starter. There is a camera crew who are not allowed to intervene except for medical emergencies when it is absolutely necessary. Castmate Allison Teal reports that she was granted an emergency tampon. Let's see. At the beginning of the 4th season, the survivalists were given a third surprise option. A team is allowed to tap out at any point during the 21-day challenge. If they do not tap out, they must arrive at the designated extraction point on the final day to be picked up by a helicopter, plane, automobile, boat, or other vehicle suitable for the environment. Viewers are updated throughout with statistics, including on how many days have passed, the time, and temperature. Naked and Afraid compute and then updates the cast members' TSR primitive survival rating, which is based on predictions and observations of survival fitness and skill, experience, and mental strength. Before and after weight measurement are also revealed at the end of the episode. So that's pretty much what it is. Locations that they've done. Production's home base is the United States in Louis Bayou, Florida, Everglades. Seminole County in Alabama. Panama was used as a setting twice in the 1st and 5th season. Nicaragua was also used twice as well in the 3rd season, like the 1st season. The 2nd season visited 6 countries as well as Malaysia as a setting once again. Season 1 shot on Malaysia, Borneo, I don't know, Borneo. I'm gonna say Borneo, forget it. Well, season 2 survivalists were stranded in peninsular Malaysia, so a lot of Malaysian area. Season 10 took contestants to the frozen tundras of Alaska and an African kill zone. Holy crap. That's crazy. So they've done Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, Texas. Well, I guess they were in Texas. 8 and 12, I guess. Then Alaska, Arizona, Colorado, Montana, and New Mexico, and Illinois. Then we got in Africa, Botswana, Madagascar, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia. I think I'm getting these ones pretty close, hopefully. Sorry for anyone from Africa if I'm butchering it. Asia, Cambodia, India, Malaysia, Maldives. I'm pretty sure I got that correct. Philippines, Thailand, and then in Europe we got Croatia, Bulgaria, United Kingdom. North America, I wonder what we're doing North America again. I guess other parts of North America. So Bahamas, Belize, Canada, Costa Rica, Dominica, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, yeah, Panama, Trinidad and Tobago, probably Tobago. South America, Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, And then Oceania, we've got Australia and Fiji. So those are the places that they've done Naked and Afraid. So this is probably the most intense one. They did Texas. I don't know. Guess I'll have to look that up. That'll be interesting. All right, we're going to make it to the end, and then I'm going to go get myself a glass of water. Throat is just dry. So I think that shows a little bit better than Survivor. Because you're literally starting with nothing, right? Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta get something to drink. Okay, I'm back. I also grabbed some peanut butter cookies. Probably not the good idea. Peanut butter cookies dry your mouth out. I only grabbed two, so oh, they're so good. There's raisins in them. but they're not very large. Like I know some people usually have like those big giant plate-sized peanut butter cookies. It's not that large. They're about the size of a regular chocolate chip cookie, but they're so good. Love peanut butter, and there's like chewy raisins in them. Not everybody likes raisins. So, is it as bad as like raisin oatmeal? No, it's not that concentrated with raisins. Just a couple of raisins here and there, so it's not too bad. So good. Love ra- I love raisins. All right, go ahead and try mine. All right, let me check chat. Michael says the Texas desert is now safe right now. The cartel is going through a desert, and that's what makes it dangerous. Oh, okay. The, so the cartel operates in the desert. Texas desert is not safe right now. It's there. A lot of people from Mexico that's coming in, and in the survivors get caught by them. The cartel will try to do something bad to them. That makes sense. That does make sense. That's just part of the risk of it, right? And I definitely wouldn't want to run into those people in the desert, that's for sure. Some cases, humans are the worst threat ever. Pretty sure everybody could probably agree with that. But I think in the show, they're probably got like a security crew. So I don't think, like, if hopefully I'm right. They would probably have a crew that might just security wise look after people. I hope. All right, this is second thing is temperature. How are they going to take them? Yeah, that's true. Why can't I fold this? Oh, I can't. There we go. They don't care about no security crew. They will try to hit the security crew full speed with their cars. Have you ever watched the show Landman? Is it that bad? Because I know that I like that show, everybody. It's Landman. I'll show you. They're like, what the hell is Landman? I forget the actor's name. I love the show. It's great. But it's based in Texas. And it's on Paramount Plus. I love that show. Because the main actor, I forget his name. This guy. Billy Bob Thornton. I think he's hysterical with his sarcasm. Plus you've got like Sam Elliott in it. But it's basically about this guy who is like he's a landman for a oil company in Texas. And his whole family is in there, right? So it's basically on that. And he runs into the cartel because they are operating like the cartel's operating on the roadways where his oil fields are. So there's like some stuff that goes on between them. I love that show. Everybody should enjoy it or watch it or give it a whirl. Especially if you like Billy Bob Thornton. I think he's like hysterical. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but I enjoy it. I think it's funny and great. All right, I'll go ahead and minimize that. I'm gonna go park this. It's that bad? Okay. Yeah, because I remember some of the scenes and stuff like that and what Billy Bob Thornton's character went through, and it wasn't that it wasn't great. It was nasty. And those guys were like carrying all sorts of heavy guns, and they had like big pickup trucks and everything like that. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to run into any of that. So I would be out. I would rather watch it on the TV show. That's what I would do. That's all that I would do. Watch it on the TV show. It's worse, actually. Oh, okay. Yeah, I probably wouldn't want to deal with that. Because it's snowing, everybody. Okay, let's park that there. I do have a have one of these. Good. Next piece of equipment we need is this thing. Get this out there. This is going to create my my pellets, I believe. I don't know why it still allowed me to harvest when it was like snow is like rain, isn't it? Got me puzzled. Technically, it shouldn't have let me continue harvesting. Like, there's little patches of snow on the road, so I don't know. You know what it is? I know what the problem is. I know the problem. So, I haven't played on this map for a while, and wasn't there a Farming Simulator 25 update this week or the week before? Like, somewhere around the weekend or something like that? I just recall that I had to update my game because I did take a couple of weeks off, right? From live streaming. So they always tell you that after an update, you need to load the game, save it, and then reload it or something like that. And I did not do that on this map. And I think that's probably why things are acting a little wacky. That's kind of weird. That could be it. That's gonna be my guess. Okay, let's just park him here. Okay, we're gonna get this guy going. He's gonna go on course play, by the way. Put him over here. So, drag this over here. This is the only thing that's going on course play. We will probably do, what, 2 headlands? Yeah. That's tools. 2 headlands. Start work on this center. Rows follow field edge. We'll turn that one on. This one's debatable, by the way. Have a good night, Michael. Survivors will the first degree burns from touching a metal. Yeah, that's very true. But thank you for the chit chat, and hopefully you enjoy your weather tomorrow. Okay. I think that should do it. Now, I did have problems with this on Saturday, I think. I had problems generating because of the rows follow edge of field, but we'll give it another try because you can save gas. We'll generate. No, it's doing something weird. It's still doing it weird. It's like leaving a large gap. I wonder if this is happening with everybody's. Maybe following the field. Normally what's supposed to happen is it's supposed to like go out here. Weird. That it's only generating for the headlands. There's something else I'll try. I just thought of it. If I do the headlands first, would it generate it differently? It's still thinking right now. I got an hourglass. There we go. Start work on headlands. We'll see if that does something different. If it doesn't, I'll just turn off that one function. Nope. Not working. What about number of round corners? Let's put that as 0. We'll try that. It'll be fine if I don't do the field edge, but I don't know why it's not working now. I don't think there's any update. Of course. FS25 GitHub. Yeah, nothing's for like an entire 8 months. I probably should check the Discord though. they do have things on Discord. Maybe they don't publish to GitHub anymore. Oh, we've got like questions in here. He is answering. This is the main developer here, Kensuko. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if he'll add anything more to Courseplay. I'm kind of curious. Like through FS22, he was constantly working on it. All the way through. He was busy. He was just hammering out updates like it was like no tomorrow. Adding new features in and stuff like that. Like all the time. Maybe he's gotten it to the point where it operates. Holy crap, look at that. That is definitely different, though. That's a bit more normal, but you still wouldn't want a course like that. That's a lot of overlap. Way too much overlap. That's like a net. You could catch a fish with that. So, what if you put it on lands? Let's try that. Field center will set it as lands. We'll see if that makes a change. I'd never had to do this much surgery in Courseplay to use the field edge function. Nope, still nothing. Very weird. But if I turn off that follow field edge, where is it? I gotta find it because it's rows follow field edge. We got racetrack, up and down, spiral, and we'll deactivate this. And it'll look a lot better now. You'll see. Unless it's going to make a liar out of me. It could do that. That's a lot better. There's a little bit of overlap up here. I might put 2 headlands in, though. I don't see 2 headlands. Do that. Put 2 in there. Let's generate again. Maybe 3. Let's see what happens now. Let's see if it cleans up. That's a bit better. All right, we're gonna... Did I say start in the middle? Oh, start center. Generate again. Just hit start. All right. That guy's going. We're going to go empty our truck out because we're going to be filling it, I think. I might need my auger wagon out here. So just close out my auto drive. There we go. All right. Here's my dog. He should be scaring the pigs away. To be his job. We'll take a look and see how much canola. Good. $149,000. So not a lot, but still profitable. Get this guy back to the field. We'll need a auger wagon, I think, and another tractor, which is right there. Enter that one. And we're gonna take. I think this is the one that I need. Yeah. Oh, I wonder if I can use, well, I can hold a lot more in the transport truck. I'm gonna just leave this guy right here. Yep. This guy. Head over here. Sure where he started. Probably about this row is where he started. All right. Straw pellet production, folks. Start making some pellet. We'll be selling this as well. I don't have any animals at the moment, so we'll eventually get there. I have not done hay pellets. I probably should do that. That takes a lot more work because you need to, let's see here. You're growing grass and you need to head it and you need to windrow it. And then you make pellets. I can't recall if you make more money with hay pellets. You would think you would, because well, there's a lot more work involved, right? Compared to straw pellets. The extra step is tedding, right? I suppose mowing would probably be a lot more work. Because the mowers are smaller. I don't know. I have to do a field of grass, I guess. Considered. I probably do a small field though. I wouldn't want a large field. about full. I'm at 80%. So I will probably have to unload like every row, I guess. There's not a large storage capacity on here. See what happens. What time is it anyways? I'll probably go for at least another hour on my live stream. Because I've been live streaming for 3 months. My next live stream will be a test stream on Saturday. People know that. Smaller equipment, different crops. I'm not saying what yet. It's a surprise for testing. So hopefully to see most of you guys there. Something a bit different. I still got my corn harvest on the Harvest Network map to do. We'll get back to that probably maybe the following weekend. So I kind of alternate a little bit, I think. Switch test maps a little. And then what that does is I get to use different pieces of equipment, right? For the most part. This here. Spinner. Most of this is going to get swept up. Eventually, I'll run out of stuff to test for Courseplay and Auto Drive. And I was thinking I probably won't stop doing testing. I'll probably do something else. I might move into different mods to try out and stuff like that as we kind of move on. And then probably I might just go back to like Auto Drive and Courseplay if there's something else that comes out from Giants, or if there is a interesting mod that comes out that it just sort of is not, you know, in alignment. Does that make sense? So yeah, those are kind of the ideas, I guess. Trying to do different maps too. I'll probably switch up maps, try different maps as well. I might move into realistic mods, try those out. I watch Bogany. He's hilarious. I should share his channel out. Funny. Some of you guys already know who Bogany is if you got moved over on Monday. He's an Australian. He live streams. Try to find his channel. Complete hoot the guy is. I just I love his live streams. he can't stop laughing. I'm gonna butcher the name. I spelled it wrong. I know it. Yeah, here we go. Bogany, sorry. Yeah, you guys gotta check out his live stream. It's hilarious. I forward a bunch of you guys over to him on Monday. He's an Australian content creator. Does farming simulator and a lot of other stuff. ATS. He's got some stuff up here from Australia, as you can see here. But anyways, yeah, he's a hoot. Check him out. But anyways, on this particular video, he goes over the grazing mod. So, which I thought was kind of interesting, too. And he got his truck stuck, so he had to hook up a tow chain and get it moving. You gotta watch him. That's all I can say. He's the flavor of the week for me. You can't help laugh. He's good people. You'll enjoy it. There we go. That's the video, by the way, that specifically, if you're interested in the grazing mod, he goes over it and talks about it. About, I think, 30 minutes in the live stream. So, very interesting. I was fascinating. So, usually what I thought was interesting about the grazing mod, why I might want to try testing it, is that he outlined his field and he said you could put like 100, like a ridiculous amount of cattle on that one field. And I thought, holy crap, that's a lot more than the barns can hold. So it caught my eye. I thought it was interesting, and there's some other realism aspects in it. So, but anyways, you can check out the channel in general. There's all sorts of interesting things, and he's a hoot. And then I also posted the specific video for the grazing that he covers as well. So, Bogany, I love the guy. I'm telling you, you're gonna laugh at least one point in the live stream. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. If you are, a person that laughs a lot, you're gonna die laughing through the whole thing. So, that's all I'm gonna say. Okay, why can't I drive forward? Okay, there we go. Hopefully that gives you guys something to look at. I've been subscribed to his channel for a while. I watch. I try to, different types of channels that I watch and stuff, I usually try to talk about from time to time. from here and there, right? Some of them are farm sim related, some are not. It's whatever I find interesting. Gotta back up here. Alright. I guess I gotta leave this running. Oh, I love that engine. Vroom. Okay. Uh, but yeah, if you do check out his channel, hit him up with some likes, subscribe, uh, tell him that I said hello, all that good stuff. So I don't think he live streams at this time. He's more like during the day. And so on Monday, I decided to live stream during the day, right? Usually I'm live streaming this time, but I started a live stream earlier on Monday. And there's all sorts of, different time zones and stuff like that. There's always someone like live streaming somewhere, and there's always different people and everything like that. Uh, I just happened to be live streaming or ending a live stream when he was starting one. So I think he's a lunchtime live stream for Australia. Hey. And I still come across like new content creators every so often here and there. Uh, like people that you never hear of, right? And there's, some content creators that have their own uh like little community. It's interesting. There's Arthur. I'm gonna find him. He's an interesting guy. He's interesting because his community is like isolated. Like I don't think there's any overlap. Like most of these other content creators like myself, right? I overlap with Kiwi, Farm Sim Guy, and the 3Js, and Eric the Crazy Viking, and we've got like this uh all our individual communities that just kind of all part of this one network community, right? But this one guy, Arthur, it's like an isolated community, and he's always been that way. It's interesting. Um, and he's been a Giants partner for I don't know how long. And he does mod review videos and stuff like that. I ran into him a long time ago, and I was like, never really said anything, but I thought it was interesting because it's just like this little isolated pocket community, right? And he has a fairly large following. If I can find it. And all he does is just this thing. He just goes on the farm sim and just starts playing. He does multiplayer with the people in his community and his modders and all of that. It's fascinating. So I geek out on live streaming, right? The ability to live stream. So when I find something that, just catches my mind or whatever, right? I just find it interesting. It's like, oh, wow, right? Not everybody's interested in the whole mathematics of live streaming, but I geek out on it. FS25. I think yeah. King Arthur's simulation game. He also does ATS, I think. Play. Yeah. Yeah, this guy. His wife, he met online, and she was from the UK. Now, so King Arthur is an American, by the way. I can't remember where in the US he lives, but no matter, doesn't matter. Anyways, he met his wife online. She was a gamer, and I think she had her own channel, and she was in the UK. And he has a number of kids. His kids would play with him. He would do he's got a lot of kids, and he was going through a divorce. So there's a lot of stuff he shared on his live streams. Very personal person. A lot of information given out that most people wouldn't give out. But anyways, it just was how it is. You would see his kids would play. They'd be in the background. There was a different vibe, very interesting vibe that I found interesting. That's why I started watching, right? So not just because it's an isolated community, but because, well, the style of how he, did his channel, and, how much of his family he shared with us, I thought was interesting. So anyways, his wife, current wife, they met online, like I said, and he basically had his wife helped her move to the United States, and then she moved there. She does gaming with him because obviously I told you that she has her own channel and did her own thing as well. And now they kind of collaborate. His work, he's big on drones. He does a lot of he's a photographer, but he does also like event kind of photography and drone operations. He's a certified drone operator, and he does videography and stuff, a lot of geeky stuff. So, but anyways, you should check out his channel. Very interesting guy. He's been live streaming like forever. So, there's all sorts of people that I run into that online, doing live streams and stuff like that, right? I mean, the amount of people I could talk about, I probably do probably an entire YouTube series just talking on different YouTube channels. Like, I probably wouldn't get any farming done if I did that. But anyways, check those out for a different flavor. And you meet a lot of people too, and same on Twitch too, right? There's a bunch of people on Twitch that you can run into that just sort of amazes you, right? And they have all these different types of, different communities and everything like that. So, yo. Hello, Matthew, Tony, welcome. Yes, you are. Welcome in. How are you today? I don't think we've ever had the pleasure, have we? But welcome to Twitch, and also following on Twitch. I am doing fantastic, sir. And yourself? We're just doing some farming here. Gathering some pellets and talking about YouTube channels and stuff that I've come across that play Farming Simulator. Yep. Gonna go and get as much pellets as I can, and then I already did drying, so the drying aspect is in operation right now. Got canola captured. I'm also good, just chilling and working on project with my friends. Oh, what kind of project are you working on? You love the music? Glad to hear it. That's a bit chill, isn't it? Like having a bit of chill music. It's a bit of it's a kind of an enigma brand. Keeps me kind of calm. I usually change it up, but for some reason I'm into enigma. Especially when they add like different types of, instrument, stuff like that. This kind of adds a new vibe to the whole experience. Am I almost full? I'm at 75%. Basically, I'm just helping her and working on animation. Oh, that's cool. Is it, what? Is it like a comic animation, or is it like for work, or is it for school, or is it just a hobby? Oh, I'm full again. Backing up. We're full. Okay, where did my skipper coat? It's down. Enter that. She's so professional artist, and her work is so dope. I'm a big fan of her art. Digital animation. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff out there. With some of what I've seen, I find some on YouTube from time to time. Sometimes it's like little shorts or YouTube shorts, or there's some channels that are that have a story dialogue as well. I don't know too much on it, but I've seen a little bit of it, so I'm still a bit of a noob. But there has been some stuff, especially with storyboard work and everything like that. Like, as long as it has a good story, I find interesting too. Put that there. Yep. I'm a bit new to watching some of that stuff, but there is some really talented people that make 3D, 3D or animated art stories. So usually the animations look great, but what really knocks it out of the park, there are some really good stories behind it too, right? They've taken the time to write good scripts and stuff like that. And then kind of give you a story that makes you want to keep on watching. I've only watched a few though, so I'm not an expert on it all, but I definitely see the potential. Because when you sit there and you watch it, right, and if the story is very compelling, and a lot of them, they are lined up that if you watch one episode and it's really well done, um, then you're just waiting for the next episode. Right? Go down out here. How are we doing for time? I got about, I think, 40 minutes left. Nice and respectful. Well, that's good. Get to the, where did my windrower go? Oh, it's actually there. I still see the other row. Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Well, I definitely appreciate it, sir. I do a mixture of farming simulator, and I do also some World of Warcraft. So that's mostly what you will probably see from me. Sometimes I jump into another game, but not very often. She made some other stuff. Does she publish it or upload it, or does she just keep it kind of to herself and share it with just friends, or does she do? Exactly. Well, that's the main thing. If you're live streaming, you got to do what you enjoy. But appreciate you. What kind of tools do you have to do all of the work that you're doing? I've never done any animation work, so what 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 do you usually do it on? Do you do it on a tablet? I know some people have to use tablets. Do you draw it out on paper and pen? Or what sort of applications do you use? She uploads on her PC and Twitter, but they are a little bit. I think I'm almost. Yeah, it was using an iPad. Yep, I've seen that. I had a coworker that had like I believe an iPad. There was like uh an art application that he used, and then he had like a stylus pen or something to do it, which I thought was interesting. So while we're having lunch or whatnot, he would be just working on his project, which is kind of fascinating. Okay, where did my? I think it's down. I missed a row. Individual rows of them. I think it's just because the grass is melted. Yeah, these are not rows. They were rows, just picked up. Yeah. picked up. Getting paranoid. Like, oh my god, I missed a road. Got I can customize took too much effort. Time though. There are multiple software like Illustrator, Blender, and more. Okay. And then you have to flip through those, right? Or find the best tool to use for the specific aspect of the project. Sounds pretty cool if you ask me. Took too much effort. Time though. Yeah, I suppose some projects can get a pretty intense. So, especially if you're trying to meet a deadline. He's 100% legit. Well, good on you for helping her. Hopefully her project will be successful. Certain it will. It sounds like she's got a lot of talent. It's also fun to do things together that way. To build something or to create something. And collaborate. Okay, I'm gonna spin around here. I don't know where my windrower went. I wonder if he went to a different section of the field. I didn't expect to see snow in Australia. This is fantastic. I don't think I've ever seen snow on Western Australia before. I think this is picked up already. Have to go over here. Confused. Yeah. Do you have IG? What is IG? Instagram. No, I do not have Instagram. The best that I have is Discord. That still works. There you go. That's my Discord community. I'm mainly on YouTube, so my Twitch channel, because there's flexibility with music. If anyone not from my YouTube audience wants to listen to music, I feature music over on Twitch. And then most of my community is all on YouTube. So I guess you could say Twitch is like my second channel, I guess. Kind of a backup streaming area, I guess. Oh, just share out the, I don't have Discord open. Just share the link with her, if you wish. All right, sounds good. But yeah, so Twitch is mainly focused for music, and then most of my conversations and most of my audience is all on YouTube. So I provide basically dual streams. So some people want to listen to music, some people want just great conversation or chit chat. So usually I have that over on YouTube. See. All right. Well, thank you very much. Yeah. Well, I disagree. I've got more of a following on YouTube than I do on Twitch. My whole community is on YouTube. So I prefer YouTube more. Also, I can do a lot more over there, not just streaming. I can do, you know, video uploads. I can do short video content uploads. Also, I find the moderation tools are far better over on YouTube than Twitch as well. I suppose it depends on what you're live streaming too. Here. Oh, we got about half hour left. So, and then I will redirect some of you guys to another streamer on YouTube. Oh. This is unloading slowly. Jump over side. Yep, for sure. All right. Go ahead. I need another line here. I don't know where. I think these rows are picked up. Confused now. Go back over here. Yep, for sure, Matthew. No worries. I'm missing some crop. I feel like I'm missing something. That's weird. I'm confused right now. I can't remember. Maybe I forgot to spray? Well, there's lines there. Oh, I know what it is. I'm on the wrong side of the field. This guy's like working the edge here. I got myself all turned around. It's kind of like snow blindness. You get disoriented. I'm on the south side of the field. I was going up, I think, that way, the other side. Oh well, we'll just stick on this here for a bit. It happens to the best of us. Okay, he's going to back up. I'm confused. I wonder if the snow is causing some problems. A little bit there. I've never really done this in the snow before. I have a feeling that it's like... we won't know until we get to the end here. I got an idea. We'll see. It seems like it's still sweeping it. But... no. Something's off. I think the snow fill type is interfering somehow. I can't really explain it. Like it's only going, it's like only putting the stuff like, how do I put it? Like, on the spots that doesn't have like any snow, like these black lines or these brown lines or whatever you want to call them. Hello, Shane. Welcome back. I know, right? It's here. It's here in Australia. That's all I can say. I think it's messing something up, though. I'm confused. Some of my straw is missing. Yeah, it's missing. But see, whatever is supposed to be there is gone. It's like sweeping it away. Yeah, I guess snow and straw don't go very well together. At least I know that much. Because I'm missing all my straw. It's messing with your brain. I can understand. What would you do if you went outside and there was like snow literally where you were? Hello, Jane. Brains. Oh, I'm confusing everybody. I'm confused too. Because this is, well, I'm used to snow because I'm in Canada. Need brains. Yeah. It's because you can't really get two full types on top of each other like this situation. I won't recognize the straw. Unleash the snow goes away. Okay, so that's what's going on. So I'm basically throwing my straw away is what you're telling me, right? Here, let me fix this. I'm cheating because it's destroying my crop. Yep, Canada is mostly fire right now. Yeah, we're gonna, for the most part of it, we set this to sun. Will that make the snow go away? Nope. Damn it. This has broke my game now. Karma. Yeah, I am throwing straw away. How do I fix this? How do I get it to go away? Need a way to clear the snow away. Quick. Oh, remove snow. There we go. Oh my god. Alright, well, half of my straw is gone now. Very sad now. Got some straw out here. Gosh. I just threw all that straw away. That's a waste. Well, I still got some left here. Headache. Thank you for the explanation, Shane, because my brain would have been hurt just as bad as yours. Because I'm trying to make sense of it. You just need to go to summer. Yeah. I'll probably have to fast forward time to do that. I just cheated though. I went in and I F12'd it with easy dev tools and got rid of the snow. So do you play? Who plays on Nula Creek? Does it snow on Nula Creek? Does anyone know? I don't play on that map, so just curious. Because that's an Australian map too, right? just curious if you get snow on that map or not. Maybe I should switch maps. I didn't really think it was going to be a problem until I realized. I'm sorry. I'm a console. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's right. Nula Creek isn't available on console. Anyone on YouTube that plays on Nula Creek? They might. Out of the 15 of you, that might know. I'll have to look that up. Because I can't have my straw disappearing like that. That's just a big no-no. Half my field is gone because of that. That's disappointing. I'm very sad right now. But Shane, you saved about 50%, so thank you. Because I would have kept on going. Thinking that maybe something was off. To make it to the end here. I'm going to go for at least another 15 minutes, and then I'm going to send you guys to someone. I think Kiwi live streams on Thursday. Guys, to him, I think. I always find someone. No problem. Yep. It's definitely destructive, though, if you're trying to do pellets. But I'm not following seasonal calendar, so that's probably partially my own fault. Because I'm not doing seasons. I'm doing like crop after crop after crop. We're gonna get to the end here. This guy's running out of fuel. I'm like on a quarter of a tank left. It's Friday here in New Zealand. So Kiwi might stream, but last night he had PC issues, so he might not go. Did he say what kind of PC issues it was? Guess we'll find out. And if I can't find anyone, well, I'll just leave you guys to your own devices, I guess. Picked up here. I'm gonna check now. I'm gonna put this guy on cruise control. Eric might be live streaming. Eric sometimes live streams at this time too. go and take a look at settings. Okay, so that's probably who I'll send everybody to. I'll program that in. So I'm going for at least another 8 minutes on my stream. Then we'll be sending everybody over to Eric. Yeah. Get as much of this picked up as I can. I don't think I'll get a full truckload of straw pellets. I love the land deformation. I really hope that we get like something like what do you call it? Terraforming in a future DLC or something. It might not be in this game, but I'm hoping that maybe like the next game that comes out. That's my hope. Fingers crossed. I'll have to see. Especially considering we've got like a lot of the stuff with the ground being affected. It's weird that there's like a big crack there in the soil. Hello, Florida, Aria. Hello, my friend. How are you? I am doing fine. How are you today? Welcome to the live stream. We're doing pellet work right now. Oh. Open this up. And you're doing well? Fantastic. Je suis fantastique. Merci. There we go. You're very welcome. I am not fluent in French, but I do know some French. I did take French class. Go. Are you up to anything exciting this evening, Florida Aria? Or are you just kind of surfing the YouTube waves today? This over here. I think I turned it off, didn't I? Nope, it's still on. All right. I'm going to probably fill up my truck, and then we will get you guys all over to Eric the Crazy Viking. I think this will probably be my last task here. And if you guys don't know who Eric is, he's from Norway, and he live streams Farm Sim as well. And a great pal to the channel in so many ways. So you guys got to give him a big thank you. Hit his like button and subscribe because he is totally awesome. Gonna make it over here. Unload. I guess I better get the auger out, eh? Yeah. Yeah, that snow dilemma definitely killed my pellet. Yep. Oh well. It looks like I'm only going to get like a truckload, if that. We'll see if we can send anyone to also on Twitch. I didn't set that up. I will find someone to raid Twitch. I've already got the YouTube set up, so you guys are all fine. Let's see who's live streaming. Got this streaming on my free time. Trying to see what these guys are. This guy's got a front end loader. That's not English though. I think we'll do the guy that's Wolfie Chan. Just use him as a raid. All right. I think we got everything set up. Oh, thank you for the follow, Cassidy. Welcome. I'm going to raid you guys off. For folks that are on YouTube, you're going over to Eric the Crazy Viking. I'll join you over there shortly. And then for those on Twitch, you're going to Wolfie Chan. So you guys have a fantastic night. And hopefully we'll see you guys on Saturday. Take care. And happy farming.